225. Finale des DFB-Pokals steht heute auf dem Programm im schönsten Stadion der Welt. Und uns hat das Bayer Leverkusen beschert. Also, wir wollen wissen, wie unser Gegner heute die Partie beginnt. Hier ist die Aufstellung von Bayer Leverkusen. Im Tor der Nummer 1.
Sebastian Kehl is here with us. Good evening.
Good evening.
After winning against Leverkusen on the weekend, how confident are you to make it a success again tonight?
Pretty confident. It was a good game on Saturday, to be honest, well deserved, but today is another game. Well, it's an important game and it will be different. So we need to perform on the highest level, but I'm quite confident because we are playing at home and 81,000 people will support us.
There are 4 changes in the lineup. Gujarati is sitting on the bench after he made some headlines this weekend, but tactically, what is the idea behind it?
Oh, well, Seru played almost every game. He was out in Frankfurt, I guess, but he came in and I think there was one Bundesliga game, but every game he was a starter. And today it will be perhaps 120 minutes, nobody knows it. Fabio played well. He came in the last times and performed, so he's a chance already, and also for him today. But yeah, that's it, nothing more.
You already mentioned it, the big differences to the weekend is it's a knockout game and it's in front of your home crowd. So how much can that weigh in, as you said, if the game takes a little bit longer maybe?
Could be. Hopefully we can finish it in 90 minutes. But again, it's a knockout game. It will be completely different than on Saturday. But I think Leverkusen will try to make things better. We also are prepared. But it's a close game. And I'm quite happy that everybody's available, that we have a strong bench. And if it's 120, it will be 120. We made it in Frankfurt. Hopefully we can make it today because we absolutely want to go to Berlin and we want to compete for that title.
Thank you so much. Good game.
Thank you so much.
Simon Rolfes is here with us. Simon, good evening. It's interesting that you played Dortmund on the weekend. You lost the game, but it was a game on eye level. So what are the small things you have to improve tonight?
Yeah, to show more strength in the last third. I think that was a little bit our problem, that we had quite a good control of the game in phases, but we were not really precise and dangerous in the last third, and that's what we need. And that for sure, maybe on this level you're not getting that many chances, but we have to get the goal to get in front. I think then it's more difficult for Borussia Dortmund as well, because they have a very good counter-attacks. So if they can play their game, that's a strength.
Your coach said it's difficult to find something new within 2 days, but he does 3 changes to the team. Patrick Schick is on the bench, for example. So what does that mean for the game?
No, I think it's important as well, not only because that's 2 games against Borussia Dortmund, to change in this with these midweek games, that you have some players with full power for the lineup, because it will be an intense game for sure. Do or die game, and that's why it's good to have some changes, and we have a good bench as well to bring other players. So I don't think that will change a lot. Also the change in Borussia Dortmund starting 11, that will change the character of the game.
And talking a bit more in general, what would be the importance of winning tonight in order to stay in the cup, which would be a chance to win a title this season?
No, it would be for sure important, would be massive to win this game, to go to the quarterfinals. Yeah, also against this kind of top team, we have to say, in this competition. So it would be incredible step for us in this season with this development of the team, of the players, to win this decisive matches like we did in Manchester, and hopefully today in Dortmund.
Thank you so much. Good game.
auch schon der Fall in Leverkusen. Trotzdem, es gibt ein paar Veränderungen auf beiden Seiten. Deswegen, es geht bei 0-0 los und beide Mannschaften wollen unbedingt in die nächste Runde. Deswegen schauen wir mal, was am Ende dabei rauskommt.
Du kennst beide Teams ganz gut. Was meinst du? Warum ist Leverkusen vielleicht heute gefährlich für den BVB?
Naja, sie sind nicht nur heute gefährlich, das waren sie auch am Wochenende. Sie sind eine spielstarke Mannschaft, die unheimlich Geschwindigkeit entwickeln kann, unheimlich Zug zum Tor entwickeln kann, auch wenn sie heute jetzt mit Patrick Schick, ich sage jetzt mal, ihr Hauptziel vorne drin nicht auch von Anfang an auf dem Platz haben sich trotzdem Dinge überlegt. Mit Terrier und ihren ganzen offensiven Spielern werden sie da bestimmt Gefahr ausstrahlen. Da heißt es dann gegenhalten.
Borussia Dortmund against Bayer Leverkusen. What a great encounter on this Tuesday night, round of last 16 at DFB-Pokal. Let's get ready with our expert, Patrick Ovomayela, who's always ready, of course.
I am.
Patrick, the interesting thing is both teams faced each other on the weekend. Dortmund won, so how does that influence the preconditions for this game tonight?
Maybe in that way that Leverkusen carries a little more anger in their stomach coming here, and they definitely don't want to lose this one because this is a knockout game. The winner goes on, the loser is out of this competition. But actually nothing that happened on the weekend has really to do with today because it's a new 90 minutes, maybe more. And yeah, both teams will go at it like that.
The headlines after the game were dominated by Gujarati, who refused the handshake with Kovac. He said, we talked about this, but there's something that will not bring him better energy because he's on the bench. What's the plan of Kovac?
I mean, first of all, Fabio Silva had good energy whenever he came onto the pitch. He delivered a goal on the weekend as well. So it was about time to maybe give him a chance to play a little more. I don't think it's all about that handshake. Sometimes we put more into these situations than there really is. But it's a pretty offensive or attacking formation that Niko Kovac put out with Chukwuemeka there, Mecha there, Fabio Silva there. So he just wants to give Gujarati maybe some time to breathe rather than some time to think.
And Kasper Hjulmand, he said, well, it's difficult to find something surprising within 2 days, but maybe, well, and this maybe, it is that Patrick Schick, for example, is on the bench. He made 3 changes. Yeah. So what could they change on pitch?
I mean, it was a very close game on the weekend. It could have gone either way. Dortmund then the first two to score and did so double around half-time. It's going to be that close of a game as well today, I'm pretty sure. And I think he needs, or he wanted, Kasper Hjulmand that is, a new input on the pitch. And that sometimes brings players to the bench, like on the other side, Gujarati, that maybe didn't think it would happen, but it could go for the better for Leverkusen.
I'm so excited, so let's see what happens this first half, Patrick. Enjoy, everybody.
And welcome to Dortmund. Just 3 days after these two sides met in the Bundesliga in Leverkusen, they meet head-on once more. This time in the DFB-Pokal, with the prize not 3 points, but a coveted place in the quarterfinals. The iconic anthem ringing out around Signal Iduna Park, the old Westfalenstadion. This match kicking off a little later than usual for evening matches in this competition, because the first leg of the UEFA Women's Nations League final, or rather the second leg of the UEFA Nations League final between Spain and Germany, is televised in Germany ahead of this fixture. I won't tell you what the score is, you'll have to find that out yourself. It may come as a big surprise to some, though, that Dortmund and Leverkusen, despite having faced each other 109 times over the years, have never met in the German Football Association's Knockout Cup, the DFB-Pokal. The fact that the match is taking place here in Dortmund is also unusual. In their last 17 DFB-Pokal matches, Dortmund have only played at home once, on the 1st of November 2023 against Hoffenheim, which incidentally they won 1-0. Both these sides are chasing a record DFB-Pokal winners, Bayern München in the Bundesliga. Both the Champions League sides, and there is very little between them. Dortmund were victorious at the weekend, but now Leverkusen have the chance for revenge. It's going to be the tightest of games today, but only one side will go through tonight, and the cup has a habit of throwing up surprises. Speaking of throwing up surprises, alongside me today, a former Dortmund man, of course, Patrick Obermoyela. Patrick, your heart must be going 20 to the dozen right now ahead of this cup tie, which is the pick of the bunch of this round.
Yeah, hi Phil, first of all, you're absolutely right. I couldn't be happier to be able to work on this match, be here, experience that atmosphere once again, which is so great, especially in those knockout games, in those cup games, when the floodlights is on.
You'll never walk alone. It means so much to so many, from Liverpool to Mainz to Dortmund and a fair few in between. So this game, Patrick, a chance for Leverkusen to get the better of Dortmund after losing just 3 days ago in their own ground. But it's about a lot more than that, isn't it?
I mean, it's we talked about it. It's a knockout game. Winner goes on, loser is out of the competition. And you talked about this competition producing some surprises. There won't be any surprisingly or surprise winner today, because both teams are really like head-to-head in terms of chasing Bayern in the Bundesliga. They swapped places on the weekend because Dortmund got the win in Leverkusen, but they're actually really head-to-head. So I'm really curious how this is going to unfold today.
Well, the crowd are certainly up for it. Leverkusen bringing 7,000 fans with them. It's not far from Dortmund down to Leverkusen. It's a real North Rhine-Westphalian derby, if you like. Not quite as good as the Schalke game against Dortmund, but it certainly is. They're not too far away from each other.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Borussia Dortmund and Bayer Leverkusen clashed head-on just 3 days ago in the Bundesliga. Dortmund won 2-1, but now both sides have to put that result behind them and focus on the job in hand, getting into the quarterfinals of the DFB-Pokal. They've won the trophy 7 times between them. After tonight, only one will have the chance to get to the final this season. Alongside me today, former professional and former Dortmund player, Patrick Ovomoyela. We're looking at Serhou Gujarati, not in the starting lineup. Neither is Patrick Schick.
Right.
So they're both resting their main strikers. There was a lot of talk, possibly, that Gujarati's been given a little sort of notice to shake hands next time when he leaves the pitch. But you say it's actually convenient as well. It seems that both coaches have thought, well, let's give them a bit of a rest. They can always bring them on later.
It is a very tight schedule, and Serhou Gujarati, he had that dip in form. Then he scored again recently, of course. But again, it's about, you know, leveling the workload. And Fabio Silva, in my opinion, always had a good energy whenever he came onto the pitch. So it is his chance today to prove that he gets this chance rightfully.
It's a bit chilly out there this evening, but it's about to get a lot warmer. The lineup for Borussia Dortmund sees 3 changes from the side that run out in Leverkusen. Fabio Silva starts for Serhou Gujarati. Kali Chukwuemeka also comes into the side. Julian Brandt and Marcel Sabitzer are left on the bench. Joe Bellingham starts in place of Sabitzer, but they are all on the bench, those players. Otherwise, there's no change to the side that beat Leverkusen at the weekend. Good to see Emre Can back in the starting lineup for Dortmund after injury. Robert Andrich for Leverkusen on the other side. Mark Borsch, Marcel Unger, the 2 assistants to referee Tobias Stieler. Both sides have had some good cup games under the referee. Will they have another one today? Leverkusen also 3 changes. Jarell Quansah is back into the starting lineup. He starts in place of Loic Bardet. Martin Terrier comes in for Malik Tillman. And Christian Kopfane replaces Patrick Schick up front. But he's been in a good run of form as well recently. So these 2 Champions League sides with a squad that needs rotating every now and then. Otherwise, the players get a little bored, Patrick.
Yeah, you don't want that. First little win here for Leverkusen as they won the coin toss and decided to swap places. So Borussia Dortmund has to face their famous yellow wall in the first half. That's let's say, unwanted by fans and players usually.
You will notice that there might be a little quiet over the first 12 minutes. There's some protests from supporters after the Commission on Fans and Fan Culture recently discussed safety in football. Fan groups have expressed concerns on issues including ticket allocations and personalisation of tickets. But in all discussions, there's a joint aim with the football authorities to optimise safety around football matches and at the same time hopefully reduce police deployment hours. Dortmund kick off this round of 16 tie, kicking from right to left, which is not their preferred starting end, but as Patrick Ovomoyela who is a former Dortmund player, sitting next to me today, it really won't make too much difference at the end of the game, because then the yellow wall will be trying to suck the ball and push it away. They'll make a noise whatever happens.
Yeah, they make absolutely noise when the first couple of minutes are over. Because of protesting, they're going to stay quiet for a little bit. But in the end, who knows? If we go into extra time, they're going to swap sides once again, so they get a fair share of the right direction, I'm pretty sure, today.
So after they met at the weekend and Dortmund came away 2-1 winners, there's really not a lot between these two sides. In the Bundesliga, they swapped places. They're both trying to chase Bayern, who have got quite a bit of a lead already this season. This is a chance for silverware, but they're both in the Champions League and both going not too badly. They had some good results in their last couple of games.
Yeah, it's about who's going to stay in all of the competitions possible. That is Champions League, of course, the German DFB-Pokal, and the title race in the Bundesliga, where they're in place 3 and 4th at the moment. And it's, as you said, close together. Both are good teams, play decent football, and I think we're going to see that today, how close it's going to get.
Well, there's obviously some rivalry there. They both have been fairly recently winners of this competition. The only two sides outside of Bayern recently that have won it. And this is a great opportunity to bring silverware to the club. Gregor Kobel. Long ball into the air, and it very nearly broke kindly for Dortmund. The fans, as mentioned, have in the Bundesliga as well been keeping fairly quiet over the first 12 minutes. But should a goal be scored, I'm sure that there will be some breaking of that silence.
Yeah, but that's a good point. Well, let's wait for this situation here, but Gregor Kobel
had his eye very carefully on the ball there. The first time these two sides have ever met in this competition. It's crazy.
That is crazy, since both really been in that competition so often. But that's also interesting, because sometimes teams go out really early and there's no real chance to meet.
And Dortmund recently have been having issues when they've come up against Bundesliga sides in this competition. Job Bellingham starting today. Not his first cup game. He's played in both the previous games against Rot-Weiss Essen and Eintracht Frankfurt. And that was a tough one for Dortmund to get past.
Good pressing here from Leverkusen, winning that ball in Dortmund's half.
Tapsolba to Andrich. Good pass from the captain. The attempted pass on from Ibrahim Maza. Intercepted, but only very briefly. And Leverkusen, a side that after the departure of Xabi Alonso had to be pretty much rebuilt for the beginning of this season. There's very few players left that were here during that Xabi Alonso time, but they've done a very good job.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and especially that change in the coaching position took Kasper Hjulmand, kind of revived that strength of Leverkusen, and since then things are really going well for them. It's a totally new spirit and totally new feel that team gives.
Certainly didn't work out for Erik ten Hag, but of the players that were of that squad, there's really only a few. Edmund Tapsolba, Robert Andrich, and of course Alex Grimaldo.
Yeah, Alex Garcia as well.
And Nathan Teller, of course.
Yeah.
But there were some pretty key departures.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose players like Xhaka, like Taha, almost there at this pressing moment.
Interception from...
Yeah.
He's limping a bit, Chukwuemeka, but
really important players left the club. And Radetzky, long-time goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah, long-time defender. Xhaka, the midfield brain. So it really was a big loss, but they kind of did a great job of replacing that with new faces, new talent, and it works out for them.
Jonas Hoffmann, who's also experienced a bit of a rebirth with the change of coaches. The number 7 for Leverkusen there have had a Daniel Svensson very close up to him there, didn't let him control the ball at all. But in this opening 5 minutes or so, a lot of the possession with Leverkusen, Dortmund just letting them have it right now.
Yeah, at the moment it seems that way, that Dortmund is waiting for Leverkusen to open up. I mean, it worked for them in a few situations also in that game on Saturday. Dortmund was waiting for these counter-attack, but this is a home game, and of course you would expect Dortmund to try at least and dictate this game from the get-go.
Well, that was slightly under hit, and some of the crowd had a bit of a nervy moment there, but I think the players themselves were quite confident of what they were doing. Adeyemi's header, or Adeyemi rather, putting it forward to Chukwuemeka.
Yeah,
Silva is in there, Adeyemi coming back in, and a good interception from Mazza.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It kind of delayed their own counter-attack there a little bit. And now we're already going the other way with Poku.
He's been a revelation for Leverkusen this season as well. Well, that was a very well-taken ball.
Yeah, the captain used his shoulder there, and this is Fabio Silva on the other side.
Big appeal for handball. It was a little too close, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so, but we have the chance to look at it almost faster than the VAR does, so no offside, at least from this point of view.
And worth pointing out that as of this round, there is video assistant refereeing in the cup, the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and this is no handball. It's more, the hand is right in front of his hip, and the ball goes on to thigh and hip, I would say,
yeah.
Not hand.
It's hit him really rather than an intended deliberate movement. Good decision from the referee there. Lining up. That corner's got a lot of air underneath it. Headed away at the back post. Adeyemi. And Svensson quickest to react. That's a good ball in. Kwanzaa was there. A little too much elbow. Julian Riasson.
He said that was just flopping, but we had a few of this situation. You just saw Svensson there using both hands, a few of these situations. I think Tobias Stieler, the referee, just had enough after there were 3 little pushes into the back of a Leverkusen player, and then in the end it was Riasson who got called out for it. And now he has to accept that he's a little too visual about his opinion.
Well, they're getting a little dangerous with the ball there, Leverkusen. It was well won. Good pass too. Svensson. Adeyemi. Oh, it hit him. Gets it under control, though. That's not what the fans wanted.
I think he kind of, not tripped, but yeah, I think it's a good call.
They thought it was a corner.
His foot on the ball after Grimaldo tried to steal it. Either way, situation solved.
Got some noise out of the crowd as well.
Yeah, well, we have to wait 2 more minutes plus 10 seconds for the real noise to start.
Mecha pushes it wide. Riasson. Adeyemi. He's got so much speed that he's just ready to unleash. Oh, it's gorgeous stuff from Karim Adeyemi. Adeyemi doing so well there. They couldn't stop him, could they?
No, they couldn't. Grimaldo had the wrong timing, and when you go against two players, it's really sometimes that they're not on one page when it comes to who goes in and who waits for the situation. And this time Adeyemi uses that for his own advantage.
Well, it was his Germany colleague, Robert Andrich, that got in the way in the end.
Yeah, but only for another corner. It's again Svensson delivering.
Dortmund have had a couple of goals off of corners so far this season. Shoot, say the crowds. And that's going to be an easy pick-up for Emre Can.
Now that position, that possession level changed a little bit. It's now Dortmund containing Leverkusen in their own half most of the time and creating stuff. So it's a good even game so far, this first 11 minutes.
Dortmund with only one win in their last 4 games here. All of those in the Bundesliga, of course, against Leverkusen. But this is one of those games that could really go either way. Both sets of players are of a standard, and they're going to cancel each other out a lot of the time. It's going to take a moment of genius, skill, or perhaps a misplaced pass that's going to open this game up. Poku. Kofane.
Stay strong against Emre Can.
Chukwuemeka. You might have noticed the 12 minutes is up. That's a lovely ball, and that's a lovely challenge from Anton. What a good tackle that was. Timely is not the word.
Yeah, that was really last second there, and Anton needed to stretch out with all of this, I don't know, 1.9 meters that he has of length, and Coach Kasper Jumann of Leverkusen obviously wanted a corner for it. It was kind of 50-50. But this is how it came to be. It's a little sloppy there from Matcha, how he gave that pass away. That pass is really, really good from Kofane. Timing was nice, but Waldemar Anton did exactly what he needed to do.
Kasper Jumann chewing the gum intensely already, and we're only not even a quarter of an hour gone. Obviously, the 12th man, the yellow wall, can be a real big influence in games in this stadium.
Yeah, atmosphere overall, especially, of course, in this stadium, is something. And whether you are the opponent or the player, you need that kind of energy that comes off the stands to fully function and fully have that typical feel of how much how important this game is. And I think now it's going to have an impact of the players, on the players.
And that's a foul on Fabio Silva. Still looking for his first goal for Dortmund.
Oh, and that was interesting. The cameras didn't catch it, but Tobias Stieler actually was apologizing to Alex Garcia that it should have been a corner, and shaked hands with him and said, "I'm sorry." At least that was what I took from his gestures. I think that's a big step. That's a good way of calming things down again.
Dortmund has won all 4 games in the DFB-Pokal that Tobias Stieler's been the referee of. And for Leverkusen, they've won all 3 that he's refed with them involved. So somebody's going to be
somebody's going to be on the down
at the end of
yeah.
the game, because we will see a winner tonight. There'll be extra time of 15 minutes each way and a penalty shootout should it be level after that. But with the attacking capabilities of both these sides, it would be no surprise if it was a score draw rather than a no-score draw. Should it go to penalties? Let's hope that's not the case. Poku. Alois Garcia spots Hoffman.
That's the respect that Dortmund pays to Leverkusen, how deep they are sitting. With defensively then a 5-back row. Svensson and Riasson go all the way back besides the 3-men defense line.
Korbel's had to come for that one. Bit of a karate kick, but he got the clearance. Mecha couldn't pick it up. Tapsoba now. He scored a few in the Bundesliga this season, Edmund Tapsoba. He's come further forward. Still Tapsoba, and the shot not causing Gregor Korbel any problems at all.
Yeah, but another good moment which came from that pressing that Leverkusen is applying. In the end, Tapsoba, this is not what he's put on the pitch for, to score goals for Leverkusen, but of course he is allowed to. In this case, he just puts it beside him, and that was a close call there. It's actually, there's a slip of Kofane as well. This could really have went a different way, but fortunately nothing happened to both keeper and player.
Chukwuemeka nearly overhit that, but he had the pace to just reel it in. And speaking of pace, there's Adeyemi again. Oh, brilliant pass from Karim Adeyemi. Now Silva, he waits for support, wanted to get it back to Adeyemi. It was noble, but possibly the wrong decision, Patrick.
Yeah, I thought so too. But that pass was brilliant. Took him just a little wide, Fabio Silva. That's why he had to wait for some players to help him out.
Svensson's attempted cross is blocked. Nico Schlotterbeck will take the throw-in. The ball removed, and he is obliged. Schlotterbeck putting it back into the mix, but they had time to clear it. Poku unable to get it for Leverkusen now. Lovely little turn of the ball, and Chukwuemeka goes over. The referee puts his finger up and thinks about it for just a second.
Yeah, he thought about it.
Now the referee, I think he's going to
There was a lot of those hands of Kwanzaa on the tummy.
No, I think not enough.
Yeah. But there is a good holding, and actually the first couple of steps Chukwuemeka couldn't move, but I'm not a huge fan of every little touch and pull being rewarded with a penalty, but it was at least not nothing.
Terrier's ball to Grimaldo. Now Poku. Terrier. Grimaldo. Now it's Leverkusen with a handball appeal, but I think that appeal will fall on deaf ears as well.
Yeah, after a press ball that might have touched the hand there, but this is also something you don't want to be called for a penalty.
But you saw again there how swiftly Leverkusen can get in and get through.
Yeah, it is. And as a German term of Messerschneider, it's a ride on knife's edge.
And it's not far away from the English. They're balanced on a knife edge at the moment. It's 0-0. Good defending from Waldemar Anton.
Solid stuff there from Nico Schlotterbeck.
Germany international.
That was well done.
Showing some class. Oh, that was an unnecessary or unwanted slip from Mecha.
Mecha not in this game so far.
That's an important touch as well from Jan, but it's still Leverkusen into the box, and the shot's ineffectual in the end from Maza. He's turning a lot of heads this season.
Yeah, I said it. Some good additions, not just Maza, also Kofane, Poku, all these players that Leverkusen has on the pitch there today as well, have really good form and really can deliver a blow in any situation. And I think this is the first reaction of Gregor Kobel to the pressure moments that Leverkusen was bringing. This time he goes for a long goal kick instead of the build-up.
Doesn't fancy playing it out from the back. Leverkusen get to the ball first. Garcia. Ronaldo knocks it on to Porco. Oh, Terrier almost went through there.
Yeah, that's also... I mean, if we talk about these situations, where should Waldemar Anton go? I mean, jump out of the way? You couldn't expect that from a defender. But that bit of contact there.
Terrier will be happy to be back in the starting 11. It's the first time since he tore his Achilles tendon back in January. He's come on 6 times as a substitute since then. The Achilles is one of the nastiest injuries you can possibly have, and fair play to him for coming back.
I absolutely know how that feels, since I did that myself, and it took about 7 months to come back, and not something you wish your worst enemy.
English to Kwanzaa. Flecken making himself available. They're a little bit
wobbly,
lackadaisical, I would say, in the way they handle themselves in their own box there. Adeyemi did well, but outnumbered in the end. Mazur able to bring it away for Leverkusen, but they're just a little sloppy in the just in front of their own goal there, Leverkusen.
I mean, we could also say both teams bring some good pressure for the other teams in the build-up. We've seen that on both sides now, that this pressure is working, and both teams able to get some good situation, win some situations deep in the opponent's half.
Just over 20 minutes played, no real save having to be made by either goalkeeper. But it's one of those games that you already feel, one of those through balls that we saw that Adeyemi played could just unlock the whole game.
Yeah, it could happen on both sides at any time, and this is what makes this game so interesting. That's the kind of quality both sides have. Good stuff.
Silva did well.
Oh, not bad.
And a bit of power behind that ball. It was moving.
It was moving. I mean, there was not a lot of rotation, and that's always difficult for a goalkeeper, because these balls seem to wobble whenever there's not enough rotation on them. But this went a good bit over the crossbar. That's why Mark Flecken didn't have to intervene.
Obviously, Fabio Silva's got a big job to, if he wants to replace Cyril Gujarati, he's going to have to start putting those in. Obviously, that was a very long-range effort. Yeah, but you can't blame him for trying.
Yep, exactly. And that's also something that is maybe something that speaks for Silva. He tries these things. You usually don't see Cyril Gujarati trying from that far out. And I mean, if you score, if you produce that kind of threat, that could also work for you, or be an argument for you.
Well, a lot of the time over the years, Dortmund do try and walk the ball into the back of the net.
This flowery play. Sometimes you need some more solid.
A little more direct.
Yeah.
Chukwuemeka putting it out to Rielson. Rielson's ball curling back for Svensson, and Hoffman's there to deny the Swede an effort on goal.
Yeah, unfortunate there. I think Svensson waited for that ball. I think he was a little too far ahead already, had to wait for that ball to come to him, and that allowed Jonas Hoffmann to get in between and clear that situation.
But it is another corner. Leverkusen have conceded 4 times in the Bundesliga off of corners.
Again, we see players discussing with Tobias Stieler. I don't know what this is about. It's again Alex Garcia.
Garcia's having quite a chat there, but corner comes in from Ryerson, comes straight back out again. We'll get another go at that. Svensson, Can, Adeyemi. It's a good ball through. Silva couldn't get anything on it. Good pressure again from Dortmund.
Yeah, it is good power play.
Mitcha.
And yeah, at least a try. As I said, sometimes, especially in those last years, it's too flowery, because then that's why I like some people try from distance, because you never know, man. There might be a deflection on it to the better. In this case, nothing happened, so it's goal kick.
7,000 Leverkusen fans away to the right, making as much noise as they can too. The 167th cup game for Leverkusen.
Good defense there from Dortmund.
Dortmund have played over 200 cup games. Now there's a chase on there, but András is always going to get there first. And he was waiting for contact.
Yeah, that was a deep ball for Fabio Silva to chase after that misunderstanding from Svensson and Adeyemi. Again, goal kick.
Kasper Hjulmand trying to work his team forward. If we have a quick look at some of the numbers from the game, it's so even right now, but Leverkusen winning a few more of the challenges. Adeyemi out to Ryerson. And back again. Adeyemi's just got that explosive ability and the ball sticks to his feet.
Yeah, that spring in his step, this first couple of steps, it's really hard to stay on him. And that's a God-given quality that he has there.
And he knows how to use as well.
Yeah, he knows, but Niko Kovac said in the press conference, he even needs to use it more often and more effective.
Trying his luck on this side of the pitch now. Well, that's a little too long. Ryerson able to deal with it. Now Silva won't get there because Gerald Quanta is just a little bit closer to the ball than he was.
Alex Garcia says, come on, let's calm things down. Let's play a little more and better football instead of just chasing up and down the pitch.
Kofane. It's a lovely first touch from Paul Corn. Look at the speed there. Kept away from a corner by Gregor Kobel. They almost match each other in terms of, they've got players like Paul Corn, like Adeyemi. It really feels like you're watching almost a mirror team sometimes.
Yeah, and they mirror each other technically as well. So we talked about it. It's such an even game because they're so good and so similar in many things.
Silva knocks it out to Quanta. Terrier. An important foot in there. Adeyemi for once unable.
Yeah, this is also something that maybe happens a little too often to Karim Adeyemi. These easy, let's say, he loses concentration sometimes and loses easy balls in easy situations. Whether then he does some things where you go, how did he do that? So it's not a matter of quality, it's just sometimes the focus shifts a little.
Well, that was a hopeful poke from the captain.
Yeah, it's so interesting now, Robert Andrich playing the centre-back position. Usually he could be in centre midfield, he could do so many things.
Well, this is again the mirroring. Emre Can can do the same.
Yeah, yeah.
Versatile players.
Ooh, that must be offside, and a clear one actually. And now that flag goes up. Okay, if Dortmund already has the ball, then you don't have to call it anymore. So
you can understand why the fans are not too happy with that, because Dortmund were just about to.
It is a close call. I can see why he waits for it. But if Dortmund wins the ball, then you don't have to call it back. Then let the play continue. Don't make it slower than it needs to be.
Acknowledge it and let the game flow.
Yeah, exactly.
Anton looking for Adeyemi, and it seems he found him. Oh, and Adeyemi was going so fast.
And this is what I was talking about.
It's exactly what you were talking about. But I just don't. I don't think the rest of him can go as fast as his feet.
Yeah. This is, and it kind of flicked his ankle a little bit down. This right foot. He stepped out of the line
slightly.
Yeah. And this is the tricky part about this pitch. There's like 10 centimeters behind that line. There's a different kind of pitch there, and when you step on that, it feels softer, it's more slippery, and you can easily flick that wrist, and I think that's what happened there with Adeyemi. Hopefully he's able to walk it off.
And he certainly has got the grimace of a man that's going to run that off.
Oh, but he's limping heavily. This will take a little bit.
And keep an eye on that, as I'm sure the physios are right now. Over half an hour gone. No goal for either side. No real save for either keeper to have to make. Although every now and then Leverkusen do insist on putting a little bit more pressure on themselves than they might necessarily need.
And now there's Adeyemi missing on that right side where Grimaldo is coming.
Oh, good touch. What another tackle, and it's gone straight in. They seem to have stopped it, but they did not stop Mazza. Adeyemi's coming across. I think he'll have to come off. He's certainly not happy, and he'll be less happy to see that his side are a goal down, Patrick.
No, absolutely not happy. Neither will be his colleagues. But that was another situation. I talked about it earlier on the other side, where too many cooks can spoil the soup a little bit, and I think they at first stopped the initial attack, and then there were 3 Dortmund defenders around Mazza, and nobody really knew what to do, and it was inside of the box, so you have to be careful. First of all, that's good play. This is the side where Adeyemi is missing because he still felt his leg. There's no offside when Mazza came to that ball, and here there's a good situation, but then it's John, Waldemar Anton, and I think it was Svensson as well, and nobody goes to that ball again, so Mazza can put it, besides Kobel, into the net.
It looked as if Dortmund were just about to clear it, and he's found a route between everybody's legs to steer that goalwards.
These are the situations where sometimes it's better, it's a one-on-one situation, than it's a 3-on-1 like we just saw.
Adeyemi did come across and have a word with the physios, but he seems to be moving a little better now. It would be a big loss if they had to pull him off. So the away side have got their nose in front. Porku looking to use that burst of speed that he has.
Very physical Riasson, but wins the challenge.
And some nice skills from the captain. It's a little too high for Silva. We were saying before kickoff, he brings a lot of energy into the side.
He does.
Fabio Silva.
Everything he does is at a maximum. Yeah, and he seems to. He looks aggressive. That does something to the defenders, and I like that about him. Look here, instantly chasing. I mean, let's look at Adeyemi. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He moves a little more freely.
Mazza, the goal scorer, 2 shots, 1 goal, and he's run further than anyone else on his side. He's been very busy. He's been coming back left and right. Now Chukwuemeka couldn't bring it down. It just spun away from him.
Yeah, another bit. I mean, try to give and go in the box. That's again that flowery play that we've been talking about.
It's not always bad.
It's not always bad, but again, too many defenders in the way.
Poku again. No foul there. And Gregor Kobel puts in a little surge, brings the ball back.
Well, let's be honest, I mean, nothing really happened here. Leverkusen scored, but this game was so close and both teams had chances. It's not that kind of game where, oh, whoever might score first and then it's done. Because
the first goal is definitely not going to decide this game.
Yeah, I don't think so too.
I think it would be wise to say the last goal will be the one that decides this game. 8 out of 10 of their last games against Bundesliga sides in the Cup, Leverkusen have won. Referee allows play to continue. There was a push on Mazza. Ronaldo moves it wide. Taps Sorba. Andres Hoffman's waiting out on the far right. He's got a lot of room, gets the ball eventually. Hoffman's ball, easily cut out in the end, and a foul from Mazza.
Yeah, not a good one. I mean, foul always breaks pressing, and Leverkusen actually was well set up to do some pressing. There was nobody really for Joe Bellingham to send that ball to. Allows Dortmund to reset. Oh, Leverkusen with a better grip on Dortmund at the moment. Dortmund doesn't find it easy to get in possession again. And if Leverkusen is right there and gets that ball back.
On his own for a while. Svensson put him under pressure. Adeyemi puts the ball over.
Yeah, and I wonder if that has to do with his right foot being not 100%, because usually in this situation he tries to use his speed and maybe attack the goal a little more, but he went for an easy one. I mean, it is not really lucky, but of course I don't think it was planned that way, that ball stays there. He almost lost it. There was a little slip in there, and then 3 men around him, and he still gets that shot off, Mazza.
They were so close to clearing it. But it's one of those, we mentioned it earlier, you know, it's the slightest of mistakes, the slightest hesitation, and you can find yourself undone against the opposition. That could happen for both sides.
Yeah, and it was good for Mazza to stay in the situation.
Gilson, little flick, Adeyemi, and it's cleared. Somehow, Andres got between the ball and the goal. That should have been the equaliser.
Yeah, that must be a better shot from Adeyemi. He doesn't. I don't think he really connected super well with that ball. He tried to go for that short corner, but Andres was there. Andrich with a...
And Kwanzaa also laid himself flat.
Also, yeah.
But what a setup that was from Silva. He's really underlining the fact that he might want to start at the weekend coming up against Hoffenheim. They've not cleared that very well. Adeyemi. Silva. He'll need help. Wins a throw-in.
Yeah, that would be, of course, a great moment to get a goal back here for Dortmund before half-time.
Now the long throw being lined up. Very much like to get back on level terms before the end of this half. Schlotterbeck. Good vision from him to pick out Riasson. Adeyemi. Adeyemi's ball is deep. Adeyemi! Oh, he's missed the mark. Just wide of the post. Was another opportunity for Karim Adeyemi. It doesn't always work every time, but most importantly, he's getting the chances. He's making things happen. He's combining well with Fabio Silva as well. That's not going anywhere. Giving it away again. Adeyemi finding it hard to get past Robert Andrich at the back there. He's winning his challenges. Making it difficult for Dortmund to find a way through. Chukwuemeka couldn't turn. He's won it back there, though. Another good pass. Now this is where Dortmund need to come and use their speed. Adeyemi's got it. Silva's in the centre. Mecha's coming. Mecha goes for precision, but it wasn't ever going to bother Mark Flecken. Leverkusen will be very pleased with themselves if they get to half-time and they're still in the lead, but Gujarati would love to keep himself warm by running up and down the middle of the park. Mind you, Patrick Schick probably thinking the same. These sides so evenly matched. At the moment, though, it's Leverkusen who are in front. Eventually, they brought him down. Schlotterbeck on this near side will get the ball. Svensson outside him. Chukwuemeka. Anton. That's a good ball. Chukwuemeka vertically passing that one straight into Mecha. Now Svensson. Svensson into the box. And it's not got enough height to clear the first defender. Hoffmann. 1 minute of time to be added on. Is it going to be enough for Dortmund to find an equaliser? Bellingham to Adeyemi. Still Adeyemi. Bellingham. Chan. And an easy catch. That's the half-time whistle. A very even first 45 minutes, but Ibrahim Maza finding a way through what seemed like blocked territory to give Bayer Leverkusen the lead. At the break, it's Borussia Dortmund 0, Bayer Leverkusen 1. The numbers from the game: Dortmund with more shots, Leverkusen with slightly more possession, and putting in the challenges and running about the same. And it really could go either way, but most importantly, Dortmund need to score now. That is what has to happen, otherwise they are out of the DFB-Pokal. Referee and his team have been having many discussions with players from both sides, but it's been a good-natured game so far. A lot of technical ability. Dortmund thought they might have had a penalty at one point, but the arm around Chukwuemeka wasn't really enough to cause Tobias Stieler reason to blow his whistle. Leverkusen continued to dally with the ball in their own final third. Were never caught. Great passing movement leading up to the opening goal. And somehow Maza just squeezed the ball out from underneath everybody's legs. The assist coming from Alex Grimaldo. Scored a goal in the first 2 rounds against Sonnenhofgors, Asbach and Paderborn. This time, getting an assist. And Kasper Hjulmand enjoying the first 45 minutes. Hope you did, and hope you can join Patrick Orville-Mayela and myself for the second 45 in about 10 minutes' time. Bye for now.
Bayer Leverkusen is leading 1-0 here in Dortmund. Let's analyze what we have seen so far with our expert Patrick Ovomiela. On the weekend we have seen a game at eye level. How is it tonight?
I would say it's kind of the same. It's pretty even. Both teams with good moments, good phases, good attacking moments on both sides. And even though that Leverkusen is leading, Dortmund had the chance to equalize afterwards at least one, maybe two times. So it is still an even game. I don't think that one game will decide this, that one goal will decide this game. So nothing really happened yet.
The goal was scored by Maza, a young player of Leverkusen. Good assist as well from Grimaldo, who's such a valuable player for this team. But Maza, he did well in the infight with the Dortmund defense. How do you analyze that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great pass of Grimaldo, exactly where it needs to be. Then Maza almost lost the ball already against Anton, who was well in that situation. And then John and Svensson came to help him out. And sometimes that's not for the better, because Maza noticed that not really hesitant, but all three players weren't really go for the ball. Maza did, found a little bit of an opening and got that ball into the net. So great that he stayed in that situation.
And talking about Dortmund's offense, Adeyemi had a good chance just right before the break. And also, what do you think about Silva? He's quite active.
Both are really good in this game. Silva is working really hard, setting up things for Adeyemi mostly. He had a couple of chances. As I said, twice after that goal of Leverkusen, Adeyemi had the chance to bring them back on level terms. But I think those two will go at it again at second 45.
Okay, thank you so much, Patrick. Let's see what happens at the second half. Enjoy, everybody.
One competition, so many stories, dramatic moments, future superstars who took their first steps in the DFB-Pokal, and remarkable cup nights. The DFB-Pokal, simply special. This is why we love football. Back in 2003, Hoffenheim were still non-league minnows from a small village, but in the dressing room they had good reason to celebrate and knew how to party. The coach was the life and soul of it, Hansi Flick, future treble winner and German national team coach. This is where he kick-started a stellar career. In the round of 16 against Bayer Leverkusen, Hoffenheim were ready to shine and produce their finest hour to date, an exhilarating performance and 3-2 victory that left Leverkusen stunned. Hansi Flick and Hoffenheim celebrated an almighty cup shot in 2003. The 23rd of May 1992, a remarkable day and a final to remember in Berlin. Second tier Hannover 96 took on overwhelming favourites Borussia Mönchengladbach. Goalless after 120 minutes, the final would be decided by a penalty shootout, where Jörg Sievers was the hero of the hour, saving 2 spot kicks at the Olympiastadion. For the first time ever in the DFB-Pokal, a second division side lift the prestigious trophy. Befittingly, the celebrations started in the stadium, carried on into the dressing room, and continued the next day, together with 50,000 fans at the City Hall in Hanover. If Germany internationals are walking to the game, it has to be the DFB-Pokal. Bastian Schweinsteiger helped out with the Bayern reserves in the first round in summer 2004. The visitors and clear favourites were Borussia Mönchengladbach. But this was still Bayern, and Schweinsteiger and co had lofty ambitions. The opener from Jungwirth was cancelled out when Gladbach equalised in the 85th minute. The game went to penalties. Bayern coaching legend Hermann Gerland and Schweinsteiger, who'd been subbed off, could only look on in hope. It was a shootout full of tension and emotion, the excitement such that you could barely watch. After 18 penalties, the hero in Munich was keeper Michael Rensing. Bayern's under-23s had dumped Gladbach out of the competition. In the thick of it was Bastian Schweinsteiger, who 10 years later would lead Germany to World Cup glory. The showpiece event in 1973, to this day one of the most dramatic and storied DFB Pokal finals ever. Borussia Mönchengladbach against FC Köln. In the squad that day, but surprisingly only on the bench, was Gladbach's superstar Günter Netzer. He was leaving for Real Madrid at the end of the season. And the plan by Gladbach's illustrious coach Hennes Weisweiler seemed to be working. Herbert Wimmer made it 1-0 to the Folds. But the Billy Goats struck back before half-time. There were no more goals in the second half, but cometh extra time, cometh Netzer's legendary intervention. After a brief word with his teammates, Netzer decided to bring himself on as a sub, informing coach Weisweiler in the process. And he was centre of attention almost immediately. In the 3rd minute of extra time, Netzer scored the winner, achieving immortal status in his last game for Gladbach. The Stadion an der Alten Fürsterei, a temple to football culture. Nowadays, the home of Union Berlin is an established Bundesliga stadium. In 2001, the team from the suburb of Köpenick were in the 3rd division, but the stadium could produce a magical atmosphere nonetheless. Second-tier Oberhausen, Fürth and Ulm had all been given short shrift. Then, Bochum of the Bundesliga were sent packing in the quarterfinals. And after a penalty shootout victory over Borussia Mönchengladbach in the semis, there was no holding back in Eastern Berlin. 3rd-tier Union had reached the final of the DFB Pokal. At the Olympiastadion, though, Schalke proved a bridge too far, winning the cup thanks to a 2-0 victory. But Union's devoted, football-mad fans still hailed their heroes. Football culture at its best. This is why we love football.
everyone, welcome back to Signal Iduna Park. Dortmund back out onto the turf first. They know they've got a job to do in this second half. As it stands, they are out of the DFB-Pokal, but there is still another 45 minutes, plus the possibility of extra time, plus the possibility of penalties. No substitutions at the moment, it seems. Gujarati is, along with the rest of the substitutes, keeping himself minorly warm. Leverkusen in front, a goal to the good. No changes from them either. And happily, no changes to my co-com today, Patrick Obermüller. Still fit for the second half, Patrick.
Yeah, that's nice of you to say. Yeah, I'm still fit. Of course, I'm expecting another exciting 45 minutes, at least 45 minutes. I don't have to tell you that I'm holding it a little bit with the home team. Try to stay neutral as possible, though.
You're doing a grand job so far, but it's just if Dortmund scored, we'll probably hear your allegiance a little louder. Second half about to kick off. Dortmund playing now with the yellow wall behind them. Getting behind the team to get a goal in this second half. It's what they need. The score at half-time, Dortmund 0, Leverkusen 1. I'm Phil Bonney alongside me, Patrick Obermüller. Patrick, the onus now lies firmly on Dortmund. They have to come and do something, don't they?
Yeah, but they don't have to do so much different to the first 45 minutes, because they were creating moments, they were creating chances, and mostly it was Adeyemi who gave away maybe a couple of these. And what they have to do better is use those moments to really score. Other than that, it was a game that we expected both teams absolutely with a great quality, especially going forward. And both showed it.
Good to see Adeyemi starting the second half after flipping his ankle just a little bit, but that's a good sign. It means that there's no lasting damage.
Yeah, that's probably hard work in halftime from the physios to get him better than he was in the last couple of minutes of that first half, where he was still a little limping.
And I don't think we can lay the fault directly at his door, but when Leverkusen scored, they were slightly man-heavy going forward because he wasn't finding it so easy to move.
Yeah, it was that side that usually he was helping out, even defensively. And that side was used then from Grimaldo to push forward and deliver that pass that found Mazza in the end. His first foul call against Kofane. Tried to get in there.
Just stuck his leg out to try and get the ball. And apologised immediately afterwards. Always good to see. Adeyemi lays it off to Bellingham. Joe Bellingham.
No, but
Nico Schlotterbeck.
Yeah, as I said, Dortmund is well in this game and did a lot of things right. Just have to be more precise with finishing.
Well, really, they've been even in terms of shots. And there hadn't really, in the first 45 minutes, there wasn't really a lot for either goalkeeper to do. It's been a midfield and defensive battle most of the time. Anton. Oh, poor pass. Svensson managed to gather it, and that'll be a corner.
Yeah, also, I was thinking about it in the first half. Usually Matcha was really the man of Dortmund in recent weeks. Today is not his best day so far. He was pretty quiet, had a few easy situations where he gave that ball up to Leverkusen. So with him getting better into that game, second 45 minutes would also help huge for Dortmund.
And of course Dortmund have options on the bench. Bierson swings that one in really well. Adeyemi waiting for it as always. Jan gives Bierson another bite at the cherry. Took a little too long. I've noticed in the first couple of minutes of this second half a couple of maybe not nervous mistakes, but there have been mistakes from the Dortmund players. Are they trying a little too hard, perhaps?
Yeah, and it took situations maybe a little too easy, where the opponent then, by pressing, could get to that ball, but Leverkusen also had these kind of moments.
Silva trying to get in front. Good pressure again from Dortmund. They really need this equaliser as soon as possible.
Yeah,
but another one of those mistakes, Patrick.
Yeah, another one of those mistakes. And then Leverkusen sent that ball out because Kwanzaa still on the ground after that collision with, I think it was Mecha. Here comes that collision. Mecha goes into that challenge. Kwanzaa didn't see him coming and into the ribs then. No unfair push, only some body work of Mecha, but when you don't see a player come in and you don't expect that blow, then...
You're not braced for it, are you?
Yeah. But Dortmund will do some fair play here, give that ball back to Leverkusen now.
Header from Jan. Reels on Adeyemi.
Yeah, but again, 3 Leverkusen defenders instantly attacking the Dortmund player with the ball. And really apply good pressure in these situations.
There's a run from Svensson. Didn't quite drop for him.
And again, Robert Andrich on point where he needs to be.
Terrier for Toku. Toku's got himself into the box. Tricky footwork, but Emre Can has seen that sort of footwork before.
And then that ball was hard to control there for Adeyemi because it came high out the air.
But if he had have done, he could have been through.
That would have been a one-on-one with Tapsoba then. With Adeyemi's speed, that's never an easy task.
I know who my money would have been
yeah.
on. Possibly. Although Edmund Tapsoba, just coming up for his 170th Bundesliga game, has seen a few moves in his time. Silva in the centre, Adeyemi with the ball though. And they're nervous. Rielson.
Yeah.
Another good move from Dortmund, that one.
Yeah. Again, they are doing the right things. They just have to finish. They just have to bring it all the way through. 6
corners for Dortmund so far, 0 for Leverkusen, but Leverkusen in front with that Mazza goal just about 10 minutes before the end of the first half. Another fairly easily defended corner.
It seems like Dortmund must have analyzed that the second post is some weakness for Leverkusen when it comes to corners. It's been, I don't know, 5th time now that Svensson is delivering that such a long corner all the way to the second post.
Schlotterbeck for Dortmund with the throw. Can didn't go over as far as Adeyemi. Chukwuemeka got it down. Too many bodies in the box to find a shot, you'd think, but then it didn't stop Mazza, did it?
Yeah, sometimes. You got to stay in these situations. Now one-on-one Adeyemi over the wing. He has some advantage on Grimaldo.
Little slip. Wet surface. And they slipped again, but they have won the ball back. Got a big cheer. The referee indicates the throw. And there are 2 players down.
One each side, Mazza and Rielson.
Now Garcia again. wanted to get involved in discussions with the referee.
Yeah, well, there's also a little sweeper there from Grimaldo on Riasson, and before Adeyemi and Maza got tangled up by the legs, so no decision both ways.
Tapsoba puts his foot on the ball and waits. They do, of course, have the luxury of being in the lead, so they don't have to panic.
Yeah.
Push forward if they don't want to. They've scored in their last 39 away cup games, Leverkusen, which is not bad. In fact, they've scored in all their last 40 cup games, which is also the longest run at the moment. Not only for them as a club, but in the competition. It was interesting before the game kicked off. Dortmund are one of the sides with the fewest goals in the cup this season. Just a couple.
Well, they still haven't scored yet. So.
And Leverkusen, one of the sides with the most.
Yeah.
They scored 4 against Sonnenhof and 4 against Paderborn. Mind you, it took them extra time to do that.
Let's see if we do get more goals for Leverkusen, some goals for Dortmund, or some extra time where things are happening.
Dortmund have only managed to get 1 shot on target. Flecken has been very under-tested. I'm not sure that's a real word, but he hasn't.
We'll take it. We know what you're talking about, Phil.
He hasn't really had anything to do.
Yeah, that 1 shot, though, was then cleared by Andrich, who has a great defensive performance today.
He's really had a captain's game today so far. There when it really mattered.
That comes back a little too quick. Should be offside, yeah.
And again, the game is stopped, although Dortmund could have come away with the ball.
Yeah, here that touch of Poku gets that ball to Kofane, and that's a clear offside position. No need to wait. That ball is long, but...
Flecken's going to have to come and take it.
Good thing he did. Adeyemi, of course, would have gotten there.
Son with Can available. Emre Can just lends that stability to the sides, the captain.
Fabio Silva now out wide there for Dortmund. He's been quiet so far this second half. He's one of the heavy involved players, him and Adeyemi, in the first 45 minutes for Dortmund.
Little nibble from Grimaldo on Adeyemi. Adeyemi able to protect the ball. Well, that was well anticipated by Silva. Flecken. It's going to be quite a stop there from Flecken, and Adeyemi had another one of those moments. You look a bit frustrated there, Patrick.
I'm not frustrated, but of course unhappy. First of all, let's see this try from Mecha, then Flecken needed a second try to really clear that situation. Riasson stayed in it, gave Adeyemi another chance, but another, I have to say, another poor try from Adeyemi.
Gujarati is waiting. No doubt wants to come on desperately. Svensson again, he's gone for that deep ball. And again, nothing's come of it.
Yeah, I mean, so many corners, didn't use any yet for Dortmund. It's also something where they can improve.
We're heading towards the hour mark. Do you think Niko Kovac will start to think about mixing things up?
I mean, he's the coach, needs to think about what he can do to get his team into this game a little better.
Maxi Bayer's on the bench, Julian Brandt is on the bench.
Gujarati is on the bench.
He scored a few goals in his time, yes, maybe
that.
we'll be
Also,
seeing him later.
yeah, he has option, Niko Kovac, he has options left and right on that bench, to be fair. Of course.
Won the cup himself, of course, Niko Kovac, both as a coach and a player.
Yeah, with Frankfurt as a coach, that was.
And with Bayern as a player and a coach. Bayern heavy, of course, because his Frankfurt side did beat Bayern in the final. One of the contributory factors to him actually going from Frankfurt to Bayern. Cool. Grimaldo, great cross back in. Oh, it's a marvellous goal. A really, really good worked goal. A well-worked goal. And Leverkusen are now 2 up. There are protests from the Dortmund players, but there are celebrations from the Leverkusen players.
Yeah, that was well played. Garcia, Grimaldo. Poco is offside, but I don't think Maza is in that situation. But that's not for us to decide. Here's another situation where I don't think it's going to come back as an offside position, and the rest is well played. Terrier stays in it, follows, and runs exactly where a good offensive player needs to be.
The cutback was really good.
It was great. Well played of Leverkusen. This is what they can do if they just get a little bit of room.
And the question is, what is happening in the referee's ear? They are making substitutions.
And it must be closer.
And Tillman coming on.
It was the last action of Terrier, actually.
And that could be the last kick of the game for Terrier. Has he scored, though, is the big question. Is that offside here?
I don't see an offside position in this moment from Maza. It all comes down to where you stop these situations and what frame and picture.
Well, the referee's going to talk to us.
Yep. It was an offside situation.
It was an offside situation, so it stays at 1-0 for Leverkusen. Now, Dortmund know they won't be done any more favours. They've got to do themselves a favour now.
Yeah, they ran out of luck for this game, I'm pretty sure. That was a very close call, and the second goal would have been the decider in this one. I would put my money on it. So now they have almost 30 minutes to do it themselves.
Fresh attacking legs too, and that's exactly what Niko Kovac said. They are mirroring each other throughout this whole game.
It is funny.
They're bringing on, both sides now bringing on their main strikers.
Yeah, it is funny, and we talked about how many similarities there are. But it makes sense. On both sides, it makes sense. The difference, Hjulmand thought he took off the scorer for the win, probably, in Terrier.
Terrier is not going to be too happy at all. A, his goal is disallowed, and B, you can't help any further.
Yeah. John putting a foot down there. Got away with it, though. And I think it's going to be a triple substitutions for Bayern. For Dortmund, because Jule Brandt and Maxi Bayer are getting ready.
As well as Gujarati. That's the sort of substitution that can tip a game.
It can. but it also, of course, changes things, and that then allows the opponent sometimes to use that, not confusion, but this little...
Who adapts first
yeah,
is
who adapts first.
key, yes.
Good tackle there from Andrich. So once again, marvelous game from him as a centre-back.
So I'm wondering if it'll be Felix Metscher that comes off, or Joe Bellingham, do you think?
Interesting question. I mean, Joe Bellingham being the sole defensive midfielder at the moment, I'm not sure if he's going to make that attacking change yet.
Well, sooner or later they're going to have to do something, because as it stands, 4 minutes past the hour, they are out of the cup unless they get a goal.
But we talked about how Metscher is not having the best of games. Chukwuemeka is a little more quiet now this second half. So there are a few possible substitutes. Again, lost ball there from Metscher in a promising position.
Poku. Ernest Poku. Hard to stop.
Yeah.
But he was stopped fairly there. Now Dortmund can really turn it on. The crowd are on their feet, urging them on. Anton Adeyemi. He doesn't need asking twice to surge forward. Silva wins a corner. But so far, the corners have been very disappointing.
Yeah, a lot of corners, but nothing from it. It's the 8th corner coming up now for Dortmund, 0 for Leverkusen. They didn't need a corner to score. There's a no-look pass there. And then a little bump of Tapsoba on Adeyemi outside of the box. And nothing but a little check.
A difference in body weight there.
Yeah. Little body check, like in ice hockey.
Now, can Svensson conjure something up? He's had enough practice at it today so far. Front post this time.
I went for the short post this time. Switch it up. Didn't surprise Leverkusen enough.
3 days ago in the Bundesliga, Dortmund capitalised on 2 of their only 6 shots on goal. Now they've got nothing out of 10.
Dortmund needs something here, and they need it quick. I mean, they have still 24 minutes, but the sooner the better. If you don't want to go into extra time with a late equalizer. Oof.
Well, neither of these sides will particularly want to have extra time in their legs, because after the weekend's game, there's 2 Champions League. There's Glimt for Dortmund and Newcastle for Leverkusen. So substitutions being made. Silva comes off. Chukwuemeka comes off. And Julian Brandt is now on, the playmaker for Niko Kovac's side.
And now Maxi Bayer uses that right wing for his time on the pitch as he replaced Julian Riasson. There he is on the ball for the first time.
Gujarati. Oh, Adeyemi was just about to release a header there, which for him, at his size, that doesn't happen very often. You get the chance for a header. But now, it's Patrick Schick winning not only a free kick, but there's going to be a yellow card.
I didn't see an awful lot for a yellow card. I mean, there was that holding. Oh, yeah, there's that pull in that jersey. That was hidden from our perspective, and that's why
Anton's picked up a yellow card.
Good call there from Tobias Stieler. I like the line he's drawing with his refereeing team today. Not everything is penalized right away. He lets those teams play some good amount of intensive football before he intervenes.
He's certainly been trying to let the play flow. Gujarati
working hard on both ends of the pitch.
Dortmund have been knocked out in 3 of the last 5 that they've lost by Bundesliga sides. They're a goal down right now. They're the home side, and they have the crowd behind them. They need to wear the Leverkusen defence down. Flecken with a rare catch of the ball.
Yeah, this is not how you wear them down, with these high balls for Mark Flecken to pick up. Oh, that's better pressing now.
Well, if you look at the last 20 minutes, Dortmund have been the better side. 3 shots, they've had way more of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, also, and you mentioned it earlier, the second half, because Leverkusen, they don't need to chase this game at the moment. They're winning as it stands, and they can leave the pitch or the possession to Dortmund in areas where they don't want to contain them, and then rely on counter-attacking and openings that Dortmund provides.
Let's go see it. Grimaldo, who's not had a chance to show us his prowess from a free kick so far in this game, although he's just managed to win one.
Yeah, I don't know if he's able to take it though, because he got hurt by it. Yeah, Joe Bellingham slipped into the legs of Grimaldo there, just collided, both hurt. And Grimaldo is still down.
Bellingham also limping slightly. Official number of crowd in today, 81,365, and a yellow card for Bellingham for that challenge, which he slipped into him. I don't think there was much malice involved in that, but he's got a yellow card now.
Yeah, needs to be careful. But first our worries are with Grimaldo, who's still getting some treatment. And here it comes, it's not really a slip, they're just tangled up by the legs.
Ran across the back of him, actually. It looked like a slip at first, but it's definitely painful.
And Kasper Hjulmand is wanting to know what's going on there, if someone has a connection with the physios and if he needs to do something.
Tell me what's going on. And he will have to go off, of course.
And he's still not feeling right. Grimaldo is allowed to stay on the pitch. That's also something I don't really understand.
If you've received treatment on the pitch, you should go off. But Schick with a header, and a save from Gregor Kobel that has kept Dortmund just a single goal behind there. That was a good effort from Patrick Schick.
Yes, it was, and you want to say who else than Patrick Schick is getting to that ball. That's a beautiful curled free kick. Almost got the foot of Nico Schlotterbeck there into the face also. But a real striker risks a teeth or two.
That's it, indeed. Everything for the win. Jan looking for Gujarati. That's a nice header down, but there's no one there.
No, and Leverkusen really well positioned on the pitch for these rebounds, these second balls. Always find a teammate to play to.
Interesting how Aleix Garcia has really run the show out of the midfield. Similar to what Leverkusen fans remember from Xhaka when he was there.
And Matcha can treat that pain off the pitch. Ooh, that's That could have been a nasty one. In the end, he almost sat down on that ankle of Mecha. Matza it is.
Pascal Gross on now for Felix Mecha. We did wonder about whether or not that Mecha would come off. As you said, he's not had the best of games today.
No, it wasn't his day today, not his game. Not in any phase of this game. He was that Felix Mecha that we've seen so often during this season in multiple competitions.
Pascal Gross hasn't played too many DFB-Pokal games in his career. Giving it away again. Oh, Polk was brilliant. Did really well.
But so did Emre Can winning that ball.
Well, he saw what happened to Gross there. Gross not possibly up to match speed just right now. Adeyemi.
Oh,
That's a yellow card every day of the week.
Yeah. And he knew it. I mean,
he took one for the team. It was as simple as that. He couldn't let Adeyemi go.
I mean, Tapsoba was behind him trying to cover up for him. But that's Andrich, and that's how he plays the game. I mean, he has to be careful now, though. But up to now, Robert Andrich with a fantastic job. As I said a couple of times now.
In the next Germany international training camp, I'm sure there'll be a few words said between the two of them there. Quarter of an hour left. Dortmund's time in the cup ticking away right now. It needs a goal for the black and yellows to try and go on and win the DFB-Pokal for a 6th time. They've won it 5 times. Leverkusen with 2 wins of this trophy to their name, most recently in their double winning season. Schlotterbeck. But he's capable.
Yeah, did it a couple of times, and that was not the worst of tries, actually.
You can see where he was aiming, but Flecken, I think Flecken would have had that had it been on target.
Also, I mean, just a little touch there from Gujarati's tip of the toe, and that would have been a real awkward one for Mark Flecken in goal.
Well, both of these teams are Champions League sides. They know how to turn it on and up the tempo for the last 10-15 minutes to force the issue. Grimaldo's touch was great. Poku! He's put it over the bar.
And he was offside.
He was offside anyway, but...
clearly so.
Those are the moments, again, that Leverkusen are looking for.
Yeah, here's that confirmation. I don't think we need some drawn lines there.
Grimaldo.
Good stuff again from
Can's played a real... We talked about captain's game from Andrich, but Can has done the same. Grimaldo's down, and the referee indicated that he's looking at his watch.
And I think it's again that leg of Grimaldo. Maybe it's just reactivated from that Bellingham situation, because they wasn't. He kind of overstretched that leg, that left knee a little bit.
Overextension on the knee can cause you trouble.
Nico Schlotterbeck is asking, why don't they take him out of bounds over the line?
Well, let's hope it's nothing serious, first of all.
Yeah. Okay.
Simon Rolfes doesn't look too bothered, the sporting director. I think he's moving okay, Patrick. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, if you feel something serious, you act differently. It's all about time management now, of course, and Grimaldo is a very clever player and knows that.
Adeyemi, that's a brilliant takedown from him. That'll be a corner.
Close call there. The Leverkusen players wanted a goal kick. Here comes Grimaldo again. And pretty sure we see him down on the pitch, getting some treatment before the end of the 90 minutes again.
Now Pascal Gross is going to take the corner, so it'll swing out this time. Can they find something from that particular... Oh! Well, there's a comedy of errors for you. Maximilian Bayer seemed to hang in the air, but the ball was just not going to sit right for him, was it?
I think actually he didn't lean backwards enough. It was kind of like he just jumped straight up in the air, tried to make a bicycle kick, but you have to fall backwards a little more to get your feet high enough. Awkward situation. In the end, another situation where Dortmund couldn't utilize a moment that they created.
Dortmund fans' favourite player today from the opposition is Alex Grimaldo. Tapsoba. This is where Leverkusen have to play clever now. 10 minutes to go. They cannot let Dortmund back in.
Now this would absolutely shift the momentum and give Dortmund such a boost if they could score now.
Well, that was well kept in. Decent ball down the line. Pascal Gross was not about to give the throw-in to Maximilian Bayer. Urgency, precision. That's what's needed now. Bellingham. Jan. Gujarati is in the centre. Course, not high enough. Adeyemi wins the ball back for the black and yellows. As their cup air gets thinner and thinner. Leverkusen defending with every man behind the ball.
Of course they do, forcing Dortmund to go left and right instead of vertical on the pitch. Now maybe a chance to get a cross off.
That's a lot better from Pascal Gross. More pressure. Gross again. Good control. Doesn't fancy that cross with the left foot though. Now Bayer. Another corner. Corner number 10 of the game. Saw similar with Frankfurt against Wolfsburg at the weekend. They had 14 corners and it brought them nothing.
Yeah, and so far, same outcome. Same effort, same outcome. Yeah, these are the real numbers that count. The big 0 stands in front of Dortmund still.
Gujarati with legs that just aren't quite long enough for him in that particular situation.
Yeah, and here comes Leverkusen again. Some breathing time in the Dortmund half this time. That should be a ball that is Dortmund's. Another substitution for Leverkusen.
It's going to be Nathan Teller. He's coming on for Arthur Ernest Poku, and Ernest Poku has had a brilliant game today.
Yeah, constant menace, constant pain in the stomach of the Dortmund defense. But also Nathan Teller can do the same for the remaining minutes. Dortmund needs something here, something that sparks that momentum, that gives them some real belief, some real hope for the last 7.
Needs a moment of creativity, a moment of genius. If we look at Adeyemi's numbers from the game, he's been involved in so much. speedy, we know that, but a couple of bad touches, a couple of under-hit passes.
And those 4 shots, I mean, 2 of those were really, really big chances that one of, at least, he should have used to score.
Rami Bensebaini's ready to come on. Not quite sure what that will bring.
He's another man who can deliver some crosses. Don't think it's because Svensson is running out of juice, because Svensson is one of the most running players of Dortmund.
Oh, that was lovely. Really nice. Adeyemi's got nowhere to go, though. Look at the speed. Incredible stuff. Karim Adeyemi. He has moments of brilliance.
Yeah, but
Blunt didn't fall right. Now Bayer easily put away and kept out of danger by Tapsoba. That's a foul.
Oh. That was Waldemar Anton bumping into Nathan Teller. And that easily... Well, Svensson is getting off for Bensebaini. We've seen a yellow for less than that in such a moment.
We certainly have.
Would have been his second.
And Daniel Svensson has also had a decent game today. Worked very hard, but hasn't been able to, like the rest of his teammates, just make that breakthrough that they need.
Yeah, we just seen the face of Aki Watzke, the new president in charge of Dortmund.
Adeyemi. Schlotterbeck. Still Schlotterbeck. Great stuff from Schlotterbeck.
Great stuff from Pascal Gross defensively.
Now it's starting to get a little bit manic and a little bit crazy. These are the moments that make football games, they make cup ties. Well, that one from Blunt. And a yellow card for Malik Tillman.
Yeah, for that, he slipped first and then that late challenge. Ooh, that was something there on the ankle.
Well spotted by the referee again.
Yeah, now they're really running out of time. It's only a little more than 3 minutes left for Dortmund.
Jan calls Bayer.
Good moves, but
didn't get them anywhere, really, did it? No penetration. That one took a deflection.
It all takes a little too long, in my opinion.
Hesitation, and the moment was gone.
Words of advice on the sideline for Nathan Teller.
Adeyemi looks like he's a sprinter ready to get out of the blocks, and you can see why he very nearly caught Flecken there.
Yeah, Flecken felt that. That's why he sent that ball into out of bounds.
It's clever because it wins back possession.
And that must be a Dortmund throw-in.
That must be a Dortmund throw-in. Great commitment from Adeyemi. You have to say that despite a couple of indiscreet moments, he's given everything again.
Yeah, it is not the lack of effort and intensity with the Dortmund players. It's just about that little bit of precision and creativity.
He scored against them, of course, 3 days ago. Can they do it again?
like this, they can't. No. Misunderstanding, a missed touch or misplaced touch there from Adeyemi again. Leads now for a throw-in, and of course Leverkusen takes all the time they have for this throw-in.
Well, Kasper Schulman will be very, very pleased with his side to come here and get the win in the same way that Niko Kovac was pleased with his side that came to Leverkusen to get the win. There'll be 6 minutes of time added on, so there is still time for Dortmund to push this game to extra time. The crowd behind them, willing them to go forwards. Gujarati won't get there in time. But he will pick it up here. Adeyemi. Corner, but a yellow card for Emre Can for that sliding tackling on Alex Garcia in midfield. Just before this, the situation, heavy touch, tried to get there and then... So even the stadium announcer getting in on the act, telling everyone, we can do it, we can do it. Can they? They've had so many corners.
Two aggressive leaders there in a little discussion, Andrich and Can.
Hits the first defender. That's not a great corner, but that's no great surprise after everything we've seen today, Patrick.
No, not at all. I mean, all these corners, and not too much came from it.
Can. Anton.
And this is all time for Leverkusen, even though that ball lands with Emre Can and comes back. It still is a couple of seconds, vital seconds maybe for Leverkusen. And it might be that single goal that decides this game.
Opportunity has been few and far between for a lot of goals in this game. Defending's been mark. Can wins it. Bayer. It'll be another corner. Did that touch Bayer on the way out? I suppose it must have done.
I mean, yeah, the reaction of Bayer, who instantly played that ball to Mark Flecken, or to Mark Flecken's goal, lets me think that it was a right call. And another substitution, another few seconds taken off.
Left out of the starting lineup today, Loic Bardet.
Comes on for Jonas Hofmann.
So that's a centre-half coming on. They're shoring up that defence. They can't let this game get away from them.
Yeah, there you see it. I mean, Maxi Bayer knew it too.
Didn't complain, to be fair. Flecken's kick is very long indeed. Anton was there to meet it. Now they need to get up the other end of the pitch as soon as possible. Anton looks for the long ball, but in the end he might just take the shorter route, and he does.
Oh, what a poor pass there from Pascal Gross.
Still Tillman. Teller dispossessed by Can. Now he needs Gujarati. That's a lovely ball from Schlotterbeck. Gujarati slides it over to Julian Brandt. Julian Brandt looks up. Here's Gujarati. Gujarati's shot is only half hit.
Yeah, that was all well and nice, but in my opinion, they were all too close together. Everybody was going for that center during that counter-attack, and in the end, Gujarati had no other way. Well, Can needs to be careful on the yellow now.
Pushed over. I think he collided with Pascal Gross's leg as well, which would have hurt.
It's again vital time. 2 minutes just left of that 6 additional.
Tapsoba looking for Schick.
Found him, but Schick couldn't control it.
Cole's ball. Dortmund looking for the second ball. They find it with Joe Bellingham. Oh, nice. Grant's got in behind. Needs a good ball into the box, though. Adeyemi jumps higher than everyone else. They thought it was in on the other side of the pitch. But it's just another Karim Adeyemi moment today. It's really not gone his way, has it?
No, and that's kind of the story. I don't know, Flecken kind of was in that corner, but didn't really react. So if that ball goes inside of the goalpost, Flecken would have probably not gotten there, but it's again a situation where Karim Adeyemi put it on the wrong side of things. So unlucky today, that man who was in so good form in recent weeks.
Maybe not unlucky, maybe just a little imprecise today. He's had better days and will have better days, but today, so far, it's Leverkusen. But it's not over until it's over. Schlotterbeck. Was he mown over there? Referee says no, it's a throw.
Yeah, I mean, by the way Tobias Stieler led this game today, I'm not surprised that he didn't call this. It was maybe a little bump, but not really a lot.
There's no time left. This has got to be the last test of Leverkusen if they can get something on target now. They stood the smallest of chances there, right up until Flecken took the ball down. Now a long one that's gone straight out. You see Adeyemi's all the way back.
Yeah, they have to be quick now. They have to be quick.
This is it. This is the last chance. The referee's added on time for the stoppages. In time added on. Julian Brandt into the box. Loses the ball, or does he? Gujarati was waiting. The referee's not going to blow the whistle until this ball is out. That's going to be it. He looks at his watch one more time. Is there still a minute left here? It seems that there is. But it's a minute that Leverkusen will waste as much of the time as they can. Wouldn't surprise me if Mark Flecken acquires himself a yellow card for time wasting here.
I was about to say that. I mean, you can risk that now. But I think this is it.
It's all over, and Dortmund are out of the DFB-Pokal. A single goal was all it took in the 34th minute from Mazza. Kasper Hjulmand is having a great time at Leverkusen. He has rekindled that double winning spirit. Niko Kovac's side can concentrate on the league, the Champions League, that would possibly be. But it's a hard blow to take. The final score, Dortmund 0, Leverkusen 1. And you can see it on the faces of the players at the Dortmund. They know that they haven't really done enough today.
That's one way of putting it. I thought they did a lot, and they did. It should have been enough to score at least one goal. But it wasn't, and that's mainly because Karim Adeyemi hasn't had his best day today.
I don't think you can put it all on Adeyemi.
No, it's not just him, but he had the most of those chances that Dortmund gave away.
And Leverkusen defended well.
They defended well. Both teams actually did. There was not a lot going on both sides. but Dortmund had, I would say, the majority of good chances. And the majority of that came from Karim Adeyemi, and it was not his day today. He was just a little off, and that was enough to not let him score. And that's why this one goal of Maza, and we didn't expect it to be just one goal today. That one goal was the decisive one.
A very even game between the two. It was an even game in Leverkusen on Saturday. This time it was Leverkusen that just had that little bit more.
Yep.
Call it what you will, but they controlled what they could do away from home, never panicked. The goal, yes, came out of not a lot, but it was the crucial moment for them. And after that, they thought they might have got a second, but Terrier was Poco was offside in that. But if it had been 2-0, I don't think there would be as many missed opportunity references from us. But
yeah, but when it's that close of a game, then of course it comes down to the chances and what you did with them. And we said it. I mean, in the end, 11 corners to 0 for Dortmund, none of which was a big threat for Leverkusen. All those big chances, not just Karim Adeyemi. I mean, name all of them, but it was not precise enough. The finishing was not Dortmund-like.
So let's turn it around and ask the question: should Niko Kovac have possibly gone with Serhou Guirassy right from the start? Different kind of player, physical.
I wouldn't say that Fabio Silva didn't have a good day. He was really good. He was active. He provided those opportunities for Karim Adeyemi in most of the cases. He had a few moments for himself. So I think it was not that. Of course, you never know. I mean, it's a different type of player, Guirassy that is, and maybe since he's not seemed to have popped recently, he maybe would have scored, but maybe he wouldn't have. And then we had this same discussion. Wouldn't have been better to finally change and bring Fabio Silva for a longer time? So
you could also argue, wouldn't it not have been better to bring Schick on?
Yeah.
Because he's also a little more of a physical player.
Yeah.
In German, they would say "hätte Fahrradkette."
Yeah, woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Yeah.
I think it was a very well-managed game from Leverkusen. Once they got their goal, they had a lot more air of ease about things. They knew that they would just have to fend off Dortmund, and they were in.
They gave Dortmund a lot of possession because they knew if they have that in unimportant areas, and we control the center, we control everything around and inside of our box, then they were themselves down a little bit. And this is what Leverkusen did. They stood sturdy against everything that Dortmund had to offer. Again, Dortmund still managed to get a few moments, but not enough to break that defensive block of Leverkusen today.
Lots of talk between the players. A good game from Robert Andrich. He, of course, with the big block, the one that really, I wouldn't say stole, but stopped Dortmund from scoring.
Yeah, I think Adeyemi in that situation thought he had Flecken beat in that short corner, and then Andrich came out of nowhere and stopped that ball. That was probably the biggest chance for Dortmund, maybe with that header late in the game. But Andrich, a fantastic game. And we have to mention, he plays a different role now. He's that center back, not that defensive midfielder anymore, which is different, even though it's just a few meters further behind. It is a totally different role, and he did a great job, had great passes from there, great defensive work. So, yeah, tip the hat for Robert Andrich today.
We talked a lot about how they mirrored each other, even from the way that they lined up against one another, leaving out their main strikers. And throughout the game, it was almost identical. It was a very close game on Saturday. It was a very close game again here. Almost, it's the god of football just leveling things off.
Maybe. And if you ask me what the difference, the tiebreaker maybe was today for Leverkusen, maybe that anger, maybe that feeling of, oh, we got robbed at home just a couple of days ago. And
let's go and do it.
Let's go and do it there. But again, it was even Steven, and in the end, Leverkusen won.
I think we can actually go down on the pitch. Anna Zaralange might have Mr. Svensson, I'm not sure.
Daniel Svensson is here with us. First of all, thanks for stopping by, not passing through to the quarterfinals. How are your emotions right now?
Very disappointed, of course. I think we had good control of the game. I think we created enough chances to score. But yeah, we didn't today, and very disappointing.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about the effectiveness. On Saturday, you scored 2 goals out of 6 shots. Tonight, you had 18 shots and no goal. What made it so difficult?
It's difficult to answer right now. As I said, I think we had the chances were there, maybe even more than last game. But yeah, we just didn't manage to put it in today, unfortunately.
You could win on Saturday against Leverkusen. Tonight you made 3 changes in the lineup as well. Why was it so difficult to repeat what you did on Saturday?
I mean, it's a good team we play against for sure. And of course, when they score the first goal, it's even more difficult. But I think we kept pushing throughout the whole game. And as I said, I think we deserved to score in this game. But yeah, you have to put it in, of course, and we didn't. So yeah, that's it. Very disappointing, of course.
I understand. Thank you so much.
Well, you heard it there. Svensson summed it up quite nicely, really, didn't he? That's sometimes the way it is.
That's sometimes the way it is. If it's if it's 2 strong teams going against each other, and we see here the goals even speak in the end clearly for Dortmund, 1.2 almost against 0.5. Everything else,
they ran harder.
Yeah, but that all comes down to the last phase of the game. Other than that, it was probably really, really even, and I wouldn't say undeserved. It's just, in the end, they had one more situation that went for them, Leverkusen that is, and that's why they decided the game.
So it was a game that did not disappoint in the opening phase. There were plenty of midfield and defensive actions. Very little for the goalkeepers to do. And the crucial moment of the game, for once Dortmund failed to clear the ball.
Yeah.
Grimaldo's pass into Mazza.
Yeah, but this was the moment where Waldemar Anton almost stopped Mazza, but he stayed in that situation. Neither Svensson nor Emre Can or Anton came to that ball, but Mazza did find an opening and scored that 1 goal.
Those are the moments in football that decide games.
Yeah.
The offside against Pokal here.
Against Mazza, actually.
Against Mazza, when he went through to set up Terrier for what they thought was the second goal. Referee Tobias Stieler, you were impressed, had quite a good game?
I think he had a good game with his refereeing team. And not a lot of things wrong. He had, I think, a good line of letting things play out and wait for the outcome. It was not an unfair but an intense game, but he never lost his way of refereeing. And here we see the probably biggest chance in the end of that game. Again, Adeyemi with a big chance, gets high up in the air, gets well behind that ball, but just places it in the outside of the net.
The frustration there for all to see. And Leverkusen, who can still remember winning this particular trophy not so very long ago, get their name in the hat for the draw for the quarterfinals. A very successful evening away from home as far as Leverkusen are concerned. Dortmund, well, there's still the Champions League and there's still a few games left in the Bundesliga to come. The fans flock home, and Patrick Obermüller and myself will be doing something similar. Patrick, thanks for joining us. Hope you all enjoyed the game. We saw a result. Leverkusen through the next round. I'm Phil Bonney. Join us next time for thrills, spills and action from Germany. Bye for now.
Alejandro Grimaldo is here with us. First of all, congratulations. It has been your third goal involvement in the third cup game. So how would you describe your personal night?
Oh, I'm really happy. I try to help the team every game, and for us was a really important win because 3 days ago we lost against Dortmund, and we need to win, and we did it.
Talking about importance, let's talk about Maza as well, because he prevented you from the penalties against Paderborn, and tonight he scored the decisive goal. What about his role?
Ivo is a really good player. He's a player that is improving day by day. For me, is one of the best signings that Leverkusen did this summer. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing every day improving. And yes, Ivo is really good player.
Going through to the quarterfinal and winning tonight against such a big team, what does that mean for the club also and for you with the new coach?
Yeah, for us it's really important. We want to win the Pokal. We need to win titles. Leverkusen has to fight for every title, and yeah, we have to looking forward now in this competition for quarterfinal.
Thank you so much.
mach's gut. Ciao.